to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we slowly drift towards sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories drawn from history, myth, and the quiet corners of the past. Tonight's story invites us to look at the Zodiac, not as a horoscope, but as a collection of ancient stories, stories shaped by gods, heroes, monsters, and human imagination. From the fierce lion to the wandering twins, from the scales of justice to the silent water bearer, each sign carries a myth, far stranger, more tragic, and sometimes more unsettling than the symbols we know today. As you listen, allow your shoulders to loosen, let your breathing slow, and let the thoughts of the day gently fade. If you enjoy learning while you drift towards sleep, you're always welcome to subscribe so you can return for more gentle journeys through time. And if you wish, you may share where in the world you are listening from and what time the night has reached for you. Now, settle comfortably, whether you are preparing for sleep or simply seeking a quiet escape. Into ancient legends, we will begin at the very start and slowly travel through all 12 signs, uncovering the myths, the gods, and the stories that gave the Zodiac its shape. Now, take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Our journey through the Zodiac begins. Now, let us begin. If you go outside on a night when the air is crisp and the stars seem sharper than they have any right to be, you might feel that familiar and unshakable pull, your eyes drawn upward, searching, whether you admit it or not, for shapes in the darkness. The ancients called this practice katastaster, the art of placing stories into the heavens. And they did not simply look for pretty patterns. They hunted for meaning, for symbols, for pieces of themselves scattered and pinned to the black vault above their heads. Today we would call them constellations, but to the people who first named them, they were not cold and remote collections of burning gas. They were memories, warnings, and promises, frozen moments from stories too big to fit on the earth alone. Among the most enduring of these starborn tales are the 12 signs of the Zodiac, a sequence of constellations strung like beads along the invisible path of the sun, each one with its own tangled knot of myth, history, and in many cases, bizarre twists. The term Zodiac comes from the ancient Greek zodakos kyklo, meaning circle of little animals, which is charming enough until you realize how misleading it is. Yes, there are animals in the lineup, such as lions, crabs, and rams, but also a pair of immortal twins, a man pouring water into eternity, a woman with a sheath of wheat, and even an inanimate set of scales. This celestial ring is an odd mixture, and it is not even purely Greek. Its origins stretch back much further to the Babylonians of the first millennium, before the Common Era, who charted the movements of certain constellations along the ecliptic and assigned them symbolic roles. The Greeks, never ones to leave a perfectly serviceable system alone, inherited this framework and rewrote it in their own dramatic idiom. They layered over it a thick coat of divine intrigue, with gods transforming into animals, lovers immortalized in the stars, monsters slain and hoisted heavenward as trophies. And in doing so, they created something that was equal parts calendar compass and cosmic scrapbook. But the thing about Greek mythology, especially when welded to something as permanent as the night sky, is that it rarely tells a clean and noble story. These constellations, the ones you might now see, reproduced in silver pendants, or tattooed in delicate lines on someone's wrist, were not conceived in serenity. They're souvenirs from moments of desperation, vengeance, lust, and catastrophe. Many of them exist because someone often immortal met with a fate so extraordinary or so ghastly that the gods decided to make it a fixture in the heavens. The idea was both a gift and a sentence, a kind of immortality that freezes you forever in the pose of your most defining moment. Whether that moment was triumphant or humiliating, it is no accident that so many of these stories involve transformations at the point of crisis. Men into animals, gods into mortals, mortals into stars. Because transformation for the Greeks was both punishment and preservation. Imagine then what it meant for ancient peoples to stand on a quiet hilltop point toward a crooked scatter of lights and tell the tale of how those lights came to be. They would speak of heroes who wrestled monsters only to die young, of women wronged by gods and repaid with a place in the sky, of creatures who fought for causes they barely understood and were immortalized in shapes that would outlast every empire on earth. In the telling, these constellations became less like inert decorations and more like living witnesses, silent and glittering archives of the best and worst in the human and divine condition. The Zodiac, then, is not a serene astrological wheel spinning gently above us. It is a battlefield memorial, a love letter, and a gallery of betrayals and last stands. Each sign is a preserved fragment of a larger and messier story, and taken together they form a kind of cosmic anthology of human experience as refracted through the Greek imagination. We begin with Aries, the golden ram, whose gift was both rescue and doom, and travel the full circle through to Pisces, the twin fish bound by a cord, fleeing for their lives. And as we go, we will see how the ancients, with all their flaws and ferocities, chose to mark their world, not just in the marble of temples or the ink of scrolls, but in the permanent and unblinking lights that wheel above our heads every single night. The story of Aries begins not in the heavens, but on the green slopes and smoky hearths of ancient Caucasus and Boeotia. What, in a world where a child's life could be bent or broken by the word of an oracle, and where the gods moved their pieces on the board of mortal affairs without a whisper of apology, to understand why the figure of a ram shines in the night sky. At the head of the Zodiac, we must first descend into a tangled web of family rivalry, divine intervention, and the kind of desperate escape that feels less like a triumph and more like a breath stolen before drowning. It begins with a boy named Phrixus and his sister Helle, the children of Atheus, a king of Ba and Nephil, a cloud nymph sent by the gods to be his bride. Nephil, whose very name meant cloud, was a creation of Hera, shaped in the likeness of another woman to deceive a wandering king. And though she was divine, her life in the mortal palace was neither peaceful nor secure when Athyamas turned his affections to Ino, a mortal woman whose ambition was matched only by her cunning Neph's place in the royal household falter. Ino saw the children of Nephil as obstacles to her own son's rise, and the legends tell us she hatched a plan that was as ruthless as it was patient. She conspired to bring famine to the land by secretly spoiling the seed grain before it was sown, forcing the people into desperation. When the king consulted the oracle at Delphi and bribed the messengers to return with a false prophecy that the famine could only be lifted if Phrixus, the king's own son, was sacrificed to the gods. In that moment, the machinery of doom began to turn, and Phrixus, still a boy, found himself standing on the altar. The knife ready, the crowd hushed, the air thick with the smell of fear and incense. But the gods, or perhaps one god in particular, had other designs. Nephil, far from powerless, called upon a miraculous creature to intervene. Then, a ram with fleece spun from golden wings, strong enough to lift the weight of 2 children. This was Chrysalos, a gift from Poseidon, or Hermes, depending on which storyteller you follow, and its sudden appearance on the altar was so shocking that the priests dropped their knives, and the crowd fell back in awe. The ram knelt, inviting Phrixus and Helle to climb onto its broad back, and with a surge of muscle, and whipped into the sky. Imagine the roar of the sea below them, the wind tearing at their clothes, the dizzying glitter of the sun on the waves as they left the land of their birth behind. This was not a leisurely ascent to glory. It was a flight for survival, and the danger was not yet done. Their path took them eastward toward the distant land of Cultus, but the journey was not without loss as they crossed a narrow strait between the Aegean and the Black Sea. Hela, perhaps overcome by the height, perhaps too weak to hold on, slipped from the ram's back and fell into the waters below. That place became known forever as the Hellespont. The Sea of Hela, a name carved into maps as a reminder that even in stories where gods intervene, not all are saved. Alone now, Phrixus clung to the ram as it carried him to Cultus, where King Aetus, the son of the sun, god Helios, received him with unexpected generosity. In gratitude to the gods for his rescue, Phrixus did something both reverent and strange. He sacrificed the golden ram itself to Zeus, ending the life of the very creature that had saved his own. The fleece, impossibly radiant, was hung in a sacred grove guarded by a dragon, where it would one day lure Jason and his Argonauts into their own perilous tale. The placement of Aries in the sky is both tribute and testimony. The Greeks believe that Zeus set the ram among the constellations to honor its courage and serve as fixing its form so that each spring as the sun crossed its stars, its story would return. But the truth in the telling is complicated. This is not only a story of salvation, but of loss of a sister's drowning of a hero who lives because a god chose to spare him, and of the sacrifice of a faithful rescuer. Others found in its massive form the shadow of a darker episode. The bull that Pasiphae, cursed by Poseidon, was made to desire, bringing into the world the Minotaur, a half-man, half-bull child, who would one day stalk the labyrinth beneath Minos's palace. The Greeks were not concerned that these stories contradicted one another. The sky could hold them all, each one a facet of the shape they traced in the darkness. In the temples and marketplaces, Taurus was invoked with a mixture of awe and familiarity. Bulls were not rare in the mortal world. Farmers yoked them. Priests sacrificed them. Artisans carved them into altars. But the bull in the sky was something else entirely. It was the perfected image, the archetype, the eternal bull that never aged, never weakened, never bowed to the plow. To place it in the heavens was to strip away the dust and sweat of the animal, and leave only the power, the force that could cross seas with a girl on its back, that could bear God's curses without breaking, that could anchor the turning of the year itself. When Taurus rose in the east, just after sunset in the old calendar months, it was like a great gate swinging open in the sky. The horns pointed forward, the head lowered, as though charging into the months ahead. In those same nights, the Hyades cluster would glitter faintly like raindrops in the bull's face, a sign to the Greeks that the season of storms was beginning, that the skies would water the seeds in the ground. These patterns were practical tools for navigation and agriculture. Yes, but the Greeks could not look at them without also recalling Europa's ride across the waves, without remembering the strangeness of a god choosing to wear an animal's skin. Every bright star was a spark of that story. The stillness in the meadow, the sudden surge to the shore, the foam breaking over horns as they cut through the surf. In the older Mediterranean world, before the Greek poets gave Zeus's name to the rider of the bull, The animal itself had been sacred in a dozen other tongues. The Minoans danced with them in ritual vaulting, leaping over their horns in feats that seemed more prayer than sport. The Babylonians saw in Taurus the force that marked the start of their new year, the great beast that stood guard at the gates of spring. The Greeks inherited all of this without discarding any of it, folding it into the version they carried forward. Their Taurus was both a stolen moment between a god and a mortal, and the distilled image of animal strength that every culture along the sea's rim had already revered. To the night watcher in a Greek port or on a mountain farm, Taurus's shape in the sky was both familiar and untouchable. You could own a bull harness, it feeded, even slaughter it for sacrifice. But the one above the one, with eyes made of fire and shoulders wide enough to carry the weight of a season, was beyond your reach. And when its horns cut their way across the black dome of the sky each year, they cut a line between what was mortal and what was eternal, between the herds in the pasture and the single flawless bull that would never die. It was not Zeus they fixed in the heavens, nor Europa, nor Minos, but the form that made them all possible. The bull itself, forever moving, forever leading the charge into the next turning of the year. The constellation of Gemini is drawn from a story so deeply bound to the Greek sense of kinship and honor that it resists being reduced to a single moment. To trace its shape in the night is to enter the life of two brothers, Castor and Puck, whose bond carried them beyond the reach of ordinary mortality. Their story begins in the royal household of Sparta, where their mother, Queen Lee, was known across the Ion not only for her beauty, but for the strange and divided fate of her children. On the same night, two fathers claimed her bed king Tyndareus, her mortal husband, and Zeus, who came to her disguised in the form of a swan. From this union, two sets of twins were born. Helen and Pollux were said to be children of Zeus, touched with immortality. Castor and Clytemnestra were born of Tyndareus, entirely mortal. It was a family whose bloodline was already a tangle before their lives had even begun. Castor and Pollux grew as inseparable companions. They trained in the arts that shaped noblemen, wrestling, hunting, the handling of horses, the tactics of war. Each boy's skill complemented the others. Castor was famed for his mastery with horses, his balance and strength in combat, his precision with the spear. Pollux was unmatched in boxing, his blows carrying the weight of divine blood. Together they formed a partnership that could not be challenged in the lists or on the battlefield. Their fame spread beyond Sparta. Poets sang of their exploits. Sailors called on them for protection at sea, swearing they had seen the brothers' figures appear in stormlight to guide their ships toward safety. Yet no mortal life, no matter how gifted, was free of the quarrels that plague men. The brothers became entangled in a dispute over women with their cousins, Adidas and Lines. Visions of the tale differ, but all agree it was a matter of pride and possession. Two pairs of warriors, convinced of their own right, unwilling to yield. The quarrel swelled into violence. Spears flew, and in the clash that followed, Castor was struck down. His body fell not as that of a hero in the heat of victory, but as that of a brother watching his own life slip into the shadows. Puck fought on until his enemies lay dead or scattered. Yet when the dust settled, he found no comfort in survival. Standing over Castor's body, Puck felt the full weight of the immortality he carried. It was a gift he had never asked for, and now it felt like a sentence. For what use was eternal life when half of himself was gone? He turned to Zeus, not as a worshipper making a plea to a god, but as a son speaking to a father, and begged to share his immortality with Castor. In some tellings, Zeus granted him the request by dividing their existence. Brothers would spend one day among the gods in Olympus, and the next in the underworld, among the shades, never to be wholly separated again. In others, Zeus raised them together into the night sky, fixing their likenesses side by side, where no blade could part them. The stars of Gemini became their eternal likeness, two bright points standing close in the darkness, each carrying the memory of the other. To the Greeks, they were not simply guardians of sailors or patrons of athletes. They were proof that devotion could overcome the finality of death, that a bond forged in life might hold even beyond the grave. The sight of those twin stars at the edge of night was a reminder of a vow kept at the highest cost, a loyalty that neither war nor the will of the gods could undo. To the people who named the sky and read it like a ledger, the two bright points that mark the heads of Gemini were never just conveniences for navigation or ornaments pinned to the black. They were a living presence made visible, a compact between brothers shone in firelight, and every time they rose together just after dusk in the clear weather of late winter, a murmur passed through harbors and hill towns because Castor and Puck had returned, the Descuri standing their silent watch again over streets and fields and mastheads, a reassurance that what had been promised in an hour of grief would be honored as many times as the year could bear. Their names traveled farther than most men ever would, carried in the mouths of sailors who were not poets and yet spoke like poets. When storms lifted the sea into walls, and the rigging shook and the world narrowed to the length of a deck, for in that hour even the irreligious saw a strange blue shimmer crawling along spar, and stays a cold flame that did not burn the hand and did not obey the wind. And they said that the twins had come, that Castor and Pollux were with them, that loyalty itself had stepped aboard, and captains made vows aloud to gods they could not see, because the sight of twin lights on a mast in a hard blow turns the heart from calculation to gratitude. The two young men shone, seated together with spears grounded between their knees, or riding side by side with the quiet satisfaction of men who do their work without any audience, or standing with stars above their hair as if they had only just come down from their place to look at something that needed attention. These images were domestic and public, at once a language that repeated itself from banquet hall to stable yard, so that boys who had not yet chosen their friends and men who had chosen badly were both reminded that the world expects you to hold to the one who stands with you. The brothers appear also in the old tales of their sister, for when Helen was taken from Sparta by Theseus, while still very young, Castor and Pollux marched into Attica, recovered her from Aetna, and took Theseus's mother Ara away in her place, an act that told the Greeks that the twins were protectors of family honor and also participants in the rough arithmetic of reprisals that governed the age. And later, when a cattle raid turned into a feud with their cousins Idas and Lancus, that arithmetic ran to its limit, and Castor fell and Pollux chose to answer death by distributing his life across two realms so that the partnership could hold. Epithets followed them like banners, saviors of sailors, tamers of horses, guardians of youth, patrons of the way. The body learns skill through repetition, and the mind learns courage by watching the man beside. It refused to run. Their cult was neither secretive nor ecstatic. It asked for feasting and fair dealing, for twin cups filled to the same mark, for simple justice in contracts, and steady hands in the press of battle. When a chorus sang of them at a festival, you hear the balance of their gifts. The one whose knuckles knew the weight of a fist, and the one whose hands knew the language of reins, and somewhere behind, the praise, the quiet understanding that they had avoided the poison that often creeps into brothers' hearts when courts and bards and commanders say one is favored. The myth insisted that Puck's share of divinity did not make him careless with the mortal who matched his stride, and that Castor's mortality did not sour him against the god-blooded youth who shared his bed and bread. So, all of this made the constellation more than a signpost for the season. It made it a standing instruction, a piece of civic curriculum conducted in starlight, and if you wanted to teach a boy why he must stay in the line or return for the fallen, or sit beside a friend who has lost a child, you could point to the two lights that travel together and tell him that the world is kept from ruin as much by paired loyalties as by laws, that when a city is lucky, its men decide to mirror the twins, that when a ship is lucky, the watch on the bow keeps fate, with the hand on the tiller, because each knows his life is braided with the others. In this way, Gemini became a habit of mind and a discipline of the heart, a way of measuring oneself against a story that refuses to let affection be cheap. And as the brothers' stars cleared the haze over the sea lanes, or hung above frostbright fields, the same thought took root again and again in those who looked up. That devotion remembers the bargain it made, even when the day has been long and the night promises no relief. The story begins in the marshland at Lerner, where the ground breathes and the water stinks of rot. Reeds rattle in small winds. Pools reflect a gray sky that refuses to open. Here, the Hydra makes its den. It coils in the shadows under a bank where roots hang like ropes. The second labor of Heracles sends him into this ground. He comes with a club and a sword. His nephew follows with a torch and a cart. They move as men who know the air will turn against them. The swamp swallows their steps. Frogs fall silent. Even the birds draw back from the smell of old blood. Heracles finds the Hydra by listening. He knows the beast does not sleep long. A hiss rolls over the water. Then a surge. 9 heads lift like black lilies opening. Eyes burn low. Teeth show in a wet grin. Heracles stands his ground and strikes. One neck breaks under the club. The head drops into the weeds. The stump spits steam and then blossoms. 2 new heads rise where one was lost. He learns the lesson fast. He strikes again and again. The marsh fills with the sound of wood on bone. Every blow breeds more mouths. The creature moves with cold patience. It slides across the mud and tests the line. Heracles gives ground to firmer soil. The club booms against skull after skull. The air tastes of iron and sulfur. Iolaus runs the torch along dry brush. He waits for the right moment. Heracles pins a neck with his knee and hacks it through. Eye is there with fire. He cauterizes the stump. The neck seals with a bitter scream. The heads stop multiplying. The men fall into a rhythm. Burn, step, potty, breathe. The Hydra thrashes in tears, uproots. Water slaps the bank. Tail whips through reeds and sends mud into the sky. The work is ugly and steady. Sweat blinds the hero. Smoke claws his throat. He does not stop. The monster yields a little. Then the marsh offers a new voice. Carinos crawls from the black water with a shell like a broken shield. Hera sent it. The goddess has carried a long hatred for Heracles and will take any chance to slow his hands. The crab moves sideways with deliberate calm. It finds the hero's ankle and clamps down. Chitin bites into flesh. Heracles staggers in the mud and drops one guard. The Hydra lunges. A jaw closes on his shoulder. The club shudders when it meets a skull. I drags fire across another stump. The stink of burned Hydra rolls over the pool. Carinos does not let go. Its legs churn the mud into a paste. It pulls as if it could drag a man under by will alone. Heracles looks down through smoke and blood. He shifts his weight and drives his heel. The shell cracks with a flat report. The second blow ends the movement. The crab folds into the mud and slides back toward the water like a broken pot. Hera watches and refuses to waste the gesture. The crab had done what it could. It had obeyed. It had entered a fight that belonged to beings far larger than itself. That is enough for a place in the sky. The goddess fixes the small shape among the stars. The curve of a shell, the splay of legs a faint scatter, hard to find unless you already know where to look. The labor runs to its end. Heracles and Iolaus work the method to the last head. Cut and burn until the necks are black glass. The immortal head is buried under a heavy rock at the road to Argos. The swamp settles into silence again. Steam rises in thin veils and then thins away. Somewhere above the mist, the small figure of Carinos has taken up its watch. The heavens hold the record of the bite on the ankle and the answer that crushed it. The constellation will carry that record through clear nights and over winter fields. The marsh will forget, the sky will not. Cancer rises where the year turns hot. In the old calendars, its stars stood at the gate of summer. Priests watched that part of the sky and wrote a single word beside a day that would return like the tide. Solstice. The sun climbs, then pauses, then begins to fall again. The Greeks gave the pause a body. A crab. It creeps sideways as if the sky itself must shift its weight before it changes course. The shape is faint. The outline is spare. You have to know what you are looking for. In a firmament crowded with heroes and monsters, Cancer keeps a small room. That is part of its force. The quiet signs often do the hardest work. They hold the hinge. Farmers and sailors learned Cancer by feel as much as by sight. The stars here are not loud. They whisper through haze. Near the heart of the figure hangs a pale cloud the eye can gather on a clear night. The Greeks called it Prep, the manger. Two dim stars graze at its edge, Azilis Borealis to the north, Aeschylus to the south. The little asses together they feed from the cluster, as if the sky kept its own trough. Shepherds said that if the manger blurred when the rest of the night was sharp, rain was coming. Pilots set a watch for it from the stern, and counted that blur as a warning to shorten sail. Aratus numbers the place in verse like a weather note set to music. Tommy fixes the same light in a catalogue that reads like a ledger. Centuries apart, the signs remain the same. Look for the small cloud. Judge your day. Old stories gathered around those two asses as if the cluster were a hearth. One tale told that gods rode humble mounts to a battle, and their braying turned the will of giants. Another said the little beasts were honored for simple service during a march, when the strong were tired and the water skins ran low. The details change with the teller. The intention does not. The heavens hold a lesson that values plain labor over the noise of glory. Two dim lights, a shared bowl. Men in pause and men in fields learn to trust a pattern that asks little in return. Be steady. Keep company. Know where to feed and when to move. Cancer's faintness became part of its mythic biography. Hera set the crab among the signs for obedience rather than success. The stars do not blaze like the eye of the bull or the heart of the scorpion. They hang like a memory spoken under the breath. That suits the CNET learner. The creature did not change the battle. It distracted a giant for a breath and was broken underfoot. The goddess placed the place of that act where no wind could erase it. Greek listeners understood the shade of praise in the tale. Some efforts do not finish a story. They mark it. A grip on an ankle. A bruise that throbs the next day. Bacon granted by a queen who counts loyalty even when the field belongs to someone else. In the language of the sky, Cancer held the path of the moon. Hellenistic writers called the sign a house of Selene. Night by night, the goddess poured her cold light over that reach of the ecliptic and gave the crab a second task: to govern the tides of sleep, and of shore to preside over kitchens where steam rose in summer, and mothers laid infants on cool stone to rest to watch the doorways of houses when heat kept them open until dawn. Later philosophers spoke of a teaching, and that said souls come down to earth through this gate and return by the road that stands across the circle in Capricorn. The crab and the sea goat thus became the markers of arrival and ascent. One looks inward, one looks away. The pair holds the traffic of breath. Cancer once named the latitude where the sun stood at its highest noon. A traveler who kept to that line walked the edge of maps that seemed to smoke in summer. Greeks and Romans drew it across parchment and called it the tropic, the turning. The word still stands, even though the slow drift of the earth has moved the solstice sun into another share of the sky. The name is an old smell in a shirt that has been washed 100 times. It does not leave. Men once stood in fields when the sun reached the crab and knew that the worst heat was near. They planned work at dawn. They tied vines before noon. They broke bread in shade and waited for the first inch of evening. Artists gave the crab a stony grace that the stars refuse. The pattern in the sky is a sketch. The pattern in mosaic is a full body ready to move. Floors of villas in Sicily show a crab on a bed of blue tesserae with tiny bubbles stitched around its legs. Coins in island markets press its shell beside a date and a magistrate's name. In painted calendars, the crab sits on the line that marks the longest day. A reaper bends over barley on the same panel. A girl pours water into a jar. A fisherman repairs a net. No one points to heroes. Everyone looks at the work that keeps a year alive. The sign has no spear. It carries a season. Mariners learned to steer by brighter guides, but never forgot the crab. Gemini guided them out of winter. Leo would carry them into harvest. Cancer was the pause in between. A week of calms could maroon a hull in the mid-sea like a fly in amber. Crews learned patience there. Oars out, sails slack. The sky a white bowl by day, and a glass lid by night. The crab kept them company through that long-held breath. 2 dim asses, a faint manger. A story that said the small can be faithful through hours that leave no trace in sagas. A captain who had buried friends took comfort in that. He did not need omens that raw. He needed a map that respected endurance. So the Greeks read Cancer as the section of the Zodiac that does its work without applause. It straps the season to the year. It marks a limit the sun cannot cross. It teaches by example rather than by threat. Where Gemini shows a vow, shouted into the face of death, and Leo will roar of strength given shape. The crab makes room for all that with a sideways shuffle and a steady grip. Part of the year is a fight part, is a harvest part, is a wait. Cancer remembers the wait and gives it a sign. Leo begins in the rough hills west of Mycenae, where the earth is thin and the wind cuts low through scrub. Vineyards hold to the slopes like handwriting that refuses to fade. Goat bells carry in the afternoon. Travelers keep to the road and measure distance by dry stream beds and old olive trees. In that country, a single roar could empty a field and close a door. The Nemean lion had come down from its ravine and taken the habit of killing at the edge of daylight. It dragged oxen from yokes. It broke doors with a casual shove of one forepaw. It left tracks that looked like bowls pressed into dust. Stories of it moved faster than carts. People spoke in the way of those who have learned to ration fear. Small sentences traded at wells and market stalls. It lives in a cave with two mouths. It cannot be cut. It takes spears as thorns. It will not leave a body whole. Eurystheus heard these reports in his hall in turn, and felt them as a problem that could earn him the credit of a solution without requiring his own hands. Heracles had returned from exile with strength that disturbed the balance of things. The king set the first labor with a tone of official calm. Go to Neha, find the animal, remove it from the earth. There was no speech about honor or the glory of the house. There was only a line of instruction and the weight of a seal pressed into wax. Heracles accepted the task as a man accepts a debt he cannot refuse. He took a bow and a quiver. He took a club cut from wild olive. He walked out of the gate before sunrise and did not look back at the walls. He entered near by the road that runs past Cleon. Shepherds watched from distance and made the sign that sends a blessing after a dangerous traveler. The country smelled of crushed thyme and dust. He found the first carcass by flies, a cow torn where the neck meets the shoulder. No bite marks at bone. The hide peeled back as easily as a blanket. He knew from the work of the beast that it did not feed from hunger alone. It practiced its strength on living things to learn the feeling of resistance. He knelt and ran one hand over the dead animal, as if to apologize for using it as a lesson. Then he rose and studied the ground. The tracks were a rhythm of weight and ease. Deep impressions followed by stretches where claw marks hardly touched the surface. The cat knew how to move without a sound. Arrows serve men in most wild places. They came useless here. Heracles met the lion on a shelf of rock where the road narrows and the scrub breaks. The beast stepped into view with the same calm that had entered farmhouse yards. It was larger than the tellers had measured. The man was heavy and clean, a bronze wave that caught the sun and threw it back. The eyes did not burn. They watched as a craftsman watches a tool. Heracles took his stance and set the first shaft. The bow bent. The string spoke. Then the arrow struck the shoulder and bounced as if it had struck a wall of hammered metal. The second shaft went to the ribs. The same refusal a third at the throat where flesh runs thin. The shaft shattered into drift. The animal blinked once and rolled a slow step forward. A decision made itself. Distance offered no leverage. Heracles dropped the bow and tested the club against his palm. The olive wood had a little spring in it, and the weight pleased him. Yet he understood the terms before he swung. Bone and hide and the god-born toughness of the creature would not yield to a blow alone. He drove the lion back from the shelf into broken ground where thorn and rock made a close ring. The beast changed its rhythm and moved with a low glide that sent dust up in veils. It feinted once toward the right and then went straight in. The club met its skull with a sound like a door slammed against stone. The lion spun and struck with a forepaw that blurred in the air. The blow did not cut. It lifted Heracles from his feet and threw him into brush that tore at his arms as he rose. The animal did not press. It watched, as if confirming the measure of the man who had come to end it. The cave lay a short climb away, a pocket in limestone, with two mouths set at an angle to each other, so that anything cornered at one exit could slip out the other. This place had taught the beast patience. It could take a wound and step into darkness and wait while men argued with fear at the entrance. Heracles studied the mouths as a hunter studies a set of doors. He cut saplings and dragged stones, and built a barricade at one opening, until a man would have needed a friend to clear it. He left a narrow gap at the other so that a body could pass only sideways. The work was slow. The sun shifted. Sweat salted his eyes. The silence of the valley deepened in the hour before dusk when insects rest. and birds hold still. He felt the animal watching from somewhere he could not yet see. It came at last with no roar at all. It slipped through the gap like water and hung for an instant between rock and light. Heracles stepped into it. The club could not serve. The space was too tight. He dropped a wood and reached for the mane with both hands. The hair felt like rope soaked in oil. The heat of the body was a furnace held in skin. The animal turned and struck for the throat. He caught the jaw in his forearm and felt teeth that would have cut bronze grind against the muscle. He shifted his weight and drove a knee under the ribs to crush a breath. The cave took the sound of the struggle and returned it as a low drum. Dust rose and fell. News? Pebbles crawled in small avalanches. He tightened his hold with a patience he had learned in other battles that had left no songs. Strength did the work, and then kept doing it for the span of minutes that felt like a season. The forepaws clawed at his back and made furrows that burned. The jaw slackened. The heat ran out of the great body, the way water runs from a cracked jar. He stayed with the weight until his own breath steadied. Then he let it down and stood over it in the half-dark. There was the matter of the hide. The stories that reached tyrants had kept the detail that makes the whole thing clear. Meaning, no blade would open that skin. Men from the valley had tried to take a trophy from ribs and shoulders and had broken knives without lifting a single curl. Heracles tried his edge out of respect for the craft that had made it and felt the metal skate. He considered fire. He considered stone. He remembered the simplest truth. A thing made beyond the ordinary might answer only to itself. He knelt again and took one of the lion's own claws and worked it along a seam where the belly hangs soft. The skin parted with a low sound, a surrender that belongs to the moment when an impossible tool meets its proper use. He stripped the hide with the practice of a man who had dressed animals since boyhood, and did it with care, avoiding cuts that would weaken the pelt. He put the skin on his shoulders and felt the weight settle like a mantle that would never belong to any other man. The jaw came forward over his brow. The fangs framed his face so that anyone who looked would first meet the memory of the animal that had owned the hills. The smell of the cave and of the beast wrapped him. It would take days to fade. He took up the club and stepped out into evening, wielding the sky over Nia had gone the color of grapeskins crushed in the press. A few birds moved low, as if the weight that had pressed them down had lifted. People came out from behind walls, in twos and threes, measuring the figure that wore the lion's head, and moved with a tired steadiness that spoke the truth better than any shout. There were no speeches in the road. There were nods, and the kind of thanks that a country pays with bread and water, and a place to sleep under a roof that does not leak. The return to Tyrian rewrote the air of the court. The herald who carried messages for Eurystheus met Heracles at the outer field, and would not come closer than a safe span of paces. The king heard the news and walked to the threshold, then took a step back into shade as the figure with the lion's mask grew larger in the courtyard. It is said that Eurystheus looked once, and then turned and moved fast into a storage jar that had held grain. In other seasons, the way a boy might hide when thunder walks across the house, he issued the next command from that dark mouth, and sent word that future reports must be delivered outside the walls with no trophies brought near. Heracles listened without any visible reaction. On, he had work to do and would do it, and he knew more than most that fear born in a man's own house is an argument without an answer. The hills of Neha did not return to innocence. Hunters found the cave and spoke as if it held a presence even when empty. Children dared each other to touch the stones of the blocked mouth, and then ran laughing and sick with pride. Beans crept back over the ground where the lion had dragged cattle. The quiet of that country changed its tone. It lost the tremor that comes when people listen for a single sound, and gained the deeper breath that comes when a danger has been removed by hands that have taken scars for their payment. In the paintings that followed, the lion would never stand alone again. It would live as the cloak of a single man, a second skin that marked him in every port and on every road. A proof that some tasks remade the one who performed them as completely as a river remakes a bank in flood. Leo claims the warm nights after the year tips past the height of the Sunday. The west still holds a band of copper at dusk. Crickets take the fields. Then a hook of stars lifts from the horizon like a bright question drawn by a careful hand. The old watchers called that hook the sickle. But it marks the head and mane. Farther back the body gathers in a long run of light. At the heart sits a single royal flame. The latter, Aries, called it Regulus. Greeks also said Corleones, the heart of the lion. Priests stood on rooftops and waited for that star to step clear of the haze. They made their notes on wax tablets. They counted days to harvest. They set dates for rites that ask the gods to steady the season and forgive the roughness of heat. Farmers read Leo with the same attention they gave to soil. The vine leaves grew stiff in the noon glare. The fig trees bled white when cut. The land wanted measured work and early rest. When the sickle stood high after midnight, presses were swept and jars set out in courtyards. The great must would soon run. Shepherds pushed flocks to higher ground where the breath of night still moved. In towns, the air tasted of dust and olives. Lions lay in marble and limestone at the mouths of gates. Their stone eyes looked down on carts and sandal feet. A carver's lesson placed a paw upon a globe or a plinth. Rule yourself. Hold the line. Let strength sit still until it is needed. Under those eyes, men came and went with baskets and news, and the small griefs that do not stop a day's work. Astronomers fixed Leo among the Zodiac with a craftsman's pride. It walks the ecliptic with the poise of an animal that knows the ground. Ahead lies Cancer with its dim manger. Behind lays Virgo with wheat in her hand. The placement taught her rhythm. Pause at the hinge of the year. Then step into labor. Then lay claim to the bread that follows. Star by star, the figure resolves into meaning. The head bends. The forepaws press the unseen earth. The spine runs toward a single cold spark at the tail. Dana bola, turns me divine, is yada, it up what it be. When the whole rises, the sky seems to carry a living weight. Even those who did not follow names and measures felt that weight, a presence, a standard raised without trumpet. Myth gave the outline a history that men could speak in a courtyard at dusk. Zeus set the lion among the constellations to mark the end of a terror. A cave that had trained a beast to ignore iron. A struggle in close stone where a man refused to yield ground. The trophy in heaven is not a head on a wall. It is an image that teaches. The hide on a hero's shoulders silences a crowd. The shape in the sky steadies a century. When children asked why the lion looks forever ready to move, the answer came in a short chain of facts. It learned to take doors off their hinges. A man learned its patience. He drew it into a place where its tricks would not serve. He did the long work of breath against breath. Then he carried the lesson away and gave it to the year. The lion did not shout in storms. It simply stood where it should stand and gave the mariner a fixed point. When the mind begins to wander and fear grows teeth. In that steadiness, the brothers of the sea felt a promise that belongs to discipline. Keep the angle. Trust the star. Let the wave pass. Philosophers took Leo as a study and earned authority. They pointed to Regulus and spoke about the difference between a crown and a head that can bear one. The lion's face in the sky looks outward. It does not plead. It does not threaten. It consents to be a measure. Kings came to shrines with gifts and asked for the dignity that does not tip into rage. Julius wore rings with small lions cut into the bezel, and tried to remember that haste shames the bench. Even households listened. Fathers told sons that a heavy hand has to learn when to open. Mothers told daughters that iron in the spirit does not require iron in the tongue. The constellation helped frame those sentences. A picture held the advice in place. Writers of catalogs kept the names so a distant future could still point and know. Hipparchus noted the long slide of the sky, and still placed the lion with care among his figures. Tommy added magnitudes and a map in numbers. Poets folded that dry precision into lines that brought breath to it again. A lion crouches in the east. His heart burns clear. The year has passed its turning. Bring water to petons. Bring shade. Bring bread for those who labor before noon. A city that learns such lines grows hard to break. The residents know when to rest. They know when to stand up. They know what a long day demands from the back and from the will. The old festivals of late summer gave Leo a seat at their tables. Men set wreaths of dried bay on Dorantils. Women cooled wine with river stones wrapped in linen. Heralds called the names of athletes into dusty arenas where feet threw up light. In the stands, a father pointed to the sky while his child watched wrestlers lock and lift. See that curve of stars over the roofline? That is the main. The bright one is the heart. Watch how the stronger man waits. See how he will choose the moment and hold. The rules of the contest were a local echo of a larger story. Control the field. Close off the exits. Do the work in the space you have made. As the season wore on the line crossed the meridian and began to lean west in the early part of night, the heat still lay heavy on streets and tiles. Cicadas pressed their song into stone. The figure remained high enough to light roofs with its gaze when dinners ended and courtyards cooled. Voices fell lamps guttered. A last cup went around a table. The stars kept their places as if human hours did not matter. People took comfort in that indifference, a constant above the variable, a frame around change. In that frame, Leo kept teaching by being present. A memory of a cave outside a posture of readiness that does not step forward, a heart that does not flicker. Though the Greeks let the lion stand where they needed a law that could be seen. The law said that force must learn to be patient and then exact. The law said that a city must learn to bar the easy door and steer danger into a place where courage can work in close. The law said that a man who has taken a beast by the throat does not have to raise his voice. He can put on the skin and walk home at dusk while the hills hold their breath. Above him, the same outline goes on walking across the months. Head-lowered paws, firm eyes on the ground that all must cross. Virgo enters the story on threshing floors, where the first dust of grain hangs like smoke, and the husk crackles under wooden sledges. Men walk the circle and sing to keep the rhythm. Indeed, women bent at the baskets and lift the clean kernels with quick wrists. Children chase the chaff as it rides a small wind and falls in pale drifts along the wall. The village looks secure for an hour. Bread will come, oil will come, The jar in the corner will not echo when you strike it with a knuckle. In that kind of hour, the Greeks placed a figure beside the workers, a young woman, who watched without drawing attention, laden with the cool steadiness of a well in August. They called her Astray in one voice, and Decay in another, daughter of Themis, in one telling child of dawn, and Star in another, Justice, in the shape of a person who keeps her hands clean, yet knows the price of order. She holds a single ear of wheat. She looks at the measure in a woman's scoop. She hears the old men argue about the boundary stone and waits to speak until they fall quiet. The world she loved soured slowly. The stories give it stages, because people understand steps better than collapse. Golden age with open doors, silver with longer nights, bronze with armor that answered anger too quickly. Then the age that Hest mourned, the age that did not bother with pretty names. Iron, constellations, sonatade. I'm possessible, pistolata. The change showed first at doorways. Guests were turned away and told to find their own water. Tables had bite marks where hands fought over the last piece of cheese. In courts the loud one and the tired gave up. Oaths were taken with a casual voice. Fields were cut in the dark one row too far. A widow's goat went missing and came back slaughtered in another man's pot. The gods watched from their high rooms and withdrew one by one, like household gods packed into chests during a move. Astrea stayed. She stood in porches with a hand on the lintel and told men to put the knife away. She stood by wells and reminded children to wait their turn. She stood at the edge of markets where weights were ground thin and asked the seller to place one more fig on the plate. There were days when it worked. The knife went back into the bell. The child stepped aside without tears. The seller nodded and added the fig. Those days held her in place. She walked the roads between towns and slept under vines and watched the same moon the reapers watched from the fields. Then came days when the knife rose anyway, when the child pushed forward and scooped water with both hands until the trough marked with a stick went wrong. When the seller laughed and kept the change, she knew the sound of a life bending past repair. It is simple. A voice grows flat. A face fixes in a set that does not reduce. People stop looking at the witness. They talk over her shoulder as if she were a pillar. She stayed until that sound lived everywhere she turned, even in rooms where bread had been blessed for 50 years, and everyone knew the names that should not be spoken in anger. The stories say she was the last of the immortals who loved men to walk away. No rush, a steady leaving. A woman who knew how to make an exit that preserves what dignity remains. The walk itself became legend. She chose the dirt road that runs under plane trees. She passed altars with smoke going up in thin columns and did not pause to fold the ash. She left the pottery districts where clay dust sits forever in the wrinkles of the knuckles. She crossed the long bridges where the river looks like hammered bronze at evening. She turned once in a barley field and watched gleaners pick the corners a second time in silence. She did not speak. She lifted the single ear of wheat and held it at her breast the way a mother lifts an infant when the crowd grows rough. In that gesture, the Greeks understood her mind. She would carry one proof of what had been good. She would take it where hands could not bruise it. She would leave the rest to men and their hours. The birds lost their nerve and did not follow. Ducks lay in the shade and watched her pass with their heads down on their paws. Night gathered around her in a clean ring. The stories say the air changed weight. Tautius seemed rude beside her. The road rose as if it had been a ramp the whole time and no one had noticed. She did not fly. She did not run. She stepped from hill to hill, the way a careful farmer steps across irrigation channels with a brimming bucket. Below, the small lights of farms spread out like a net. At the edges of those lights, men argued about a boundary again, and the same harsh words came out with the same heat. She did not turn back. The sky met her without ceremony. A place opened and held its shape. The maiden stood in that place and did not waver. The ear of wheat shone like a coal in a red fire. The Greeks gave it a name that fit the thing itself, Spica the ear. A single bright witness carried upward to swear that order had once lived on the ground. Down below, the empty space she left filled with other voices. Law kept going because men need it even when they hate it. Magistrates learned to keep notes because memory grows partisan. Contracts grew longer. Contracts grew longer. Witness lists took a page and a half. Yudkis sent for extra benches. The habit of weighing returned in tools, since the hand that had weighed by instinct was gone. People missed her most in the moments with no rulebook. A fist fight in a lane where neither man remembers the first insult. A widow who cannot pay and must choose between shame and hunger. A small theft that will ruin a boy if punished, and will encourage a group if ignored. The sky carried her image over all of this like a roof tile that will not crack. Those who looked up saw the steady lamp of speaker and felt the throat loosen. Some took it as permission to try again in the morning. Some took it as a warning to stop before a sentence went too far. The same pin of light served both. Virgo's stars took their places around that kernel. The figure neither strides nor threatens. She reclines along the ecliptic with her gift across her lap. She leans a little toward the line where the planets walk. The posture is watchful. The Greeks drew it on papyrus and on the wet plaster of dining rooms, where men argued about olives and taxes and whether a son should be sent to sea. The picture kept them honest more often than it shamed them. It told them that the best guardian of a city is a habit that lives in ordinary hands. Sweep the threshold. Keep the measure fair. Let the voice that has less coin speak first. Put the knife away before you are tired. These are small commandments that ask for no temple and need no priest. A constellation can carry them across harvests and across wars. It asks only that someone point and say the names in order. Maiden ear of wheat speaker, justice watching from above, because she could not keep her footing below. Virgo takes her place when the fields are close to giving everything they have. The threshing floors are warm at dusk. The jars stand in rows along courtyard walls. A slow wind carries the scent of straw and figs. Above this work, a figure extends along the Zodiac with that calm the Greeks prized in judges and in seasoned farmers. The maiden does not stride. She reclines on the path of the planets and keeps one bright token where every eye can see it. A single ear of grain. The star that names it burns a steady white. Spica. Men in village learned its location as they learned a path to water. Woman teaching daughters to weigh out flour pointed to the same light and said the word aloud, keep the measure, keep the peace, keep the year. The constellations spoke two languages at once. One was the language of fields. Diatas gravity lived here in quiet form. The sheath in the maiden's hand reminded everyone that bread comes first, that a city stands only as long as grain reaches the oven. The month of vintage waited just beyond the lion, and Virgo stood between with the air of someone who knows when to pour and when to hold back. Even the secondary stars hinted at work and timing. Epsilon Virgin carried a name that wandered through many tongues and settled on a meaning that farmers felt in their bones. The grape gatherer. That faint gold pin told vineyards when to watch the sugar creep into skins. The sky offered signals to those who looked up from the press or the trellis, and asked the oldest question a household ever asks: is it time? The second language was the law. Australa and Dyke survived here as presence rather than story, a balance in the eye, a habit in the hand. When markets opened at first light, when whites came out of drawers and were set in pans that rocked on thin arms, the maiden was already above the western roofs, and still watching. Merchants eyed the beam and took off a fig or added one, and in that small correction, a city confessed. They remembered what the image demanded. When magistrates drew up bonds on wax tablets and added the names of witnesses in a tight line, they did so under a sky where the ear of grain held steady. No threat came with that light, no trumpet. It was a quiet instruction that could outlast a dynasty. Keep the contract clean. Speak before anger fills the mouth. Leave enough in the sack for the woman down the street whose son is away with the fleet. Sailors learned Virgo by roots and angles rather than by the smell of cut straw. Speaker rides low in spring evenings and climbs to a royal height when the night is short. Crews tracked it from the shorelines of the Levant to the islands that dot the Ion and across the open water to Sicily, where the horizon is a hard blue blade by day and a perfect circle by night. When that single star cleared the starboard rail at the middle watch, a helmsman could fix a course without speaking, and the bow would hold true until dawn lit the sail. The star did more than guide. It trained the mind. To steer by one bright point is to accept that steadiness is a craft that the hand on the tiller must trust a pattern the sea cannot change, that the shortest prayer at night is simply a name spoken once into the wind. The old keepers of the sky wrote Virgo into their ledgers with the pride of men who know they are preserving more than numbers. Hippocrates compared observations from earlier generations and found that the heavens were not fixed in the way everyone had believed. The equinox had shifted against the stars. Speaker helped teach that lesson. It is a detail for astronomers, and yet it sits easily in the larger truth that the Greeks kept gathering under these figures. The world moves. The measure must move with it. If the point used to mark a season slides, then the wise man adjusts his calendar and his temper. He does not blame the field. He looks again and corrects his hand. Artists returned to the same lines for centuries and still found room to say something new. On the wall in a dining room, a painter set the maiden beside a table where two men leaned over a count. Her gaze fell on a smaller pile of coin. In a mosaic near Bath, the sheath glowed against a deep blue field, each grain marked with a small square of pale stone that caught water and made it shine. On coins struck in busy ports, the star alone appeared above a single ear. The message stripped to a sign understood from Antioch to Ostia. In every medium, the figure remained composed. Even when sculptors placed scales over her wrist or a palm branch in her hand, the wheat never left her fingers. Food and fairness. The pairing said more about the stability of a state than any speech in a portico. Myths ran parallel to all this practice like a river beside a road. Some told of Aragoni mourning her father Icarius, the wine-bearer of Dionysus, and hanging herself beneath a tree when the men who had killed him would not hear the truth. Her dog found the body the gods set both in the sky. The girl as Virgo the dog, as a small star near the foot of the greater constellations. The story gave the constellation a grief that farmers already knew by another path. Wine can be a gift and a danger. A city can fail to hear a just claim. The sky remembers the hearing that was refused. The maiden's calm carries that memory into each season without raising her voice. Temples and courts placed images of Virgo where citizens could see them on ordinary days. The figure became part of the city's furniture in the best sense. People passed under her lamp on their way to take out a loan, to swear an oath, to settle a fence, to ask for mercy for a son who had stolen olives that were not his. The conversations changed when that gaze was in the room. Men chose simple words. They put their hands flat on the table rather than folding them into fists. The same star above the roof joined these rooms together, street to street, district to district, until the whole city shared a sense that there is a right way to weigh out a measure out to harvest, a right way to add a witness name to a bond, a right way to split a field when a brother dies without sons. There were nights when the air cleared back to the shade. It takes only after wind has rinsed it, and Virgo lay across the sky so plainly that even the tired could pick out her line. The ear of grain shone as if a coal had been pulled from the ash and held up. Children counted secondary stars and drew the figure in dust with a finger. Old men named the bright neighbors one by one, and felt their chests ease in the naming. The constellation did not promise rain. It did not carry a prophecy about the fate of a fleet. It offered something more useful for most lives. A calm standard, a reminder to value the mundane rights that keep a household from drifting, and a city from breaking. Sweep the doorway before you open for business. Share water at the well. Keep the weights true when no one is watching. When the maiden finally slid down into the west at the end of her season, the year had already shifted its tasks. The vintage pressed forward, the roads filled with carts and skins. Nights lengthened by an inch. In that change there was no drama. There was the sense of a page turning in a book that has been read many times and still asks for careful attention. Virgo had done what her image was placed to do. She had borne witness over the work that feeds, and over the words that held the city's temper where it needed to be, and left a single bright grain burning above the roofs as the next labor came on. Libra rises when the heat begins to soften, and the air at dusk carries the smell of presses and wet stone. The vintage runs in courtyards. Donkeys stand with patient ears while skins are lifted and tied. Markets swell with grain measured into sacks and grapes stacked in shallow baskets. The sun crosses the line that divides light from darkness so cleanly that men on rooftops speak of equal hours and mark the day with a scratch on plaster. The year steadies itself. That is when the scales take their place along the path of the planets. No creature stands there. No weapon gleams. 2 pens hang from a beam. A small device is given the honor of a sign. The sky speaks in plain terms. Measure this season. Balance the account. Give the day and the night the same respect. The Greeks first knew this reach of stars as part of the scorpion. Old names kept the memory. Supinel Yanui for the southern one. Datrigon Taihan Hidapotitatsa. Tantidadai the southern one. Subin Shamali for the northern one. The names that came down through later tongues remember claws rather than trays. A hint that the scorpion once held the whole span. In time, the Romans claimed the group for themselves and gave it a Latin name that matched their habits. Libra the scales. It suited a people who loved a calendar that bound fieldwork and festivals to exact days, who wrote laws with lines. That did not wiggle, who stamped authority into metal and sent it from hand to hand. The constellation became the emblem of balance, in a literal sense, long before poets made it. They for fair dealing. Scales hung in stalls on every street where figs and oil were sold. Scales hung, painted on the boards of tribunals. Scales shone from the right hands of goddesses in stone, when citizens looked up and saw the twin lights lift together at evening. They saw the tool by which cities keep order reflected back to them from a colder and safer height. The idea was older than both Greeks and Romans. On clay tablets pressed in cities beside the Euphrates, scribes drew a figure that scholars later read as the balance. The sky over Babylon held a sign for weighing. It stood near the point where the sun turned the year into autumn. Temple officials checked measures against bronze standards while the stars repeated the same instruction above their heads. Keep the pans even. Do not cheat the hungry. The world carried that simple lesson west with merchants and captives and envoys. The scales joined the belt of the Zodiac that watched the sun move month by month. When Roman magistrates sat under awnings and judged a case, that began with a short measure of grain. They did their work in a tradition older than their city walls, and the stars that set over their shoulders were already charged with that history. Astronomers catalogued Libra with a care that makes the old books feel alive when your finger traces the lines. Alpha in the group keeps the southern pan a loose double to the eye on steady nights. Beta glows higher, and was once said by observers to carry a faint green cast, a claim repeated enough to become an heirloom, even when later instruments found no color there. Other points close the shape and mark the beam. The figure is sparse. It draws a crowd the way the lion or the archer does. It rewards patience, and that is part of its meaning. Men who tended calendars prized Libra, because it stood near the place where the sun made the day, and the night equal in length during the age when Rome ruled the sea. Procession has carried that balance point into another patch of sky since then. A slow drift that Hipparchus measured when he compared old records to his own nights at the eyepiece. Yet the custom of calling autumns turning the season of the scales did not fade. People keep names when they help the tongue remember work. Civic life placed Libra in halls and on coins, so the lesson would be close to the fingers. Aquitus held a pair of scales on Roman money beside a cornucopia. Katia. Justice stood in courts with the same emblem and a calm that came from the knowledge that she could wait while tempers burned out. Guilds painted the device over door lintels with the year and the names of 2 officers. Farmers carved it into the end of wooden measures so that borrowings would return cleanly. Children learned to set a small weight on one pan and grain on the other until the beam sat level. In that small game, a city taught itself how to keep faith. The sky reinforced the lesson without voice. Libra rose. Libra crossed the meridian. Libra fell west. Markets closed under its gaze and reopened the next day with fresh chalk marks on the board. Pilots who sailed between islands watched the scales for timing rather than direction. The bright points guided them less than other figures, yet those points spoke when to make certain runs and when to refuse a captain who pressed for a late crossing. The Atician winds that ruled high summer east. The breakers changed their note on stony coves. Libra's posture at dusk told a crew what the fishes had already begun to feel in their bones. A last run was safe this week. Another would be foolish. In that way, the constellation governed by restraint and by a practical kind of wisdom. The men who listened kept their ships and their lives. The men who ignored the signal came home under a sail patched in the bow, or did not come home at all. Writers who loved order glanced at Libra when they looked for images to steady the mind. A beam that will stand straight if you take care. 2 trays that punish greed without words. The line across the middle that refuses to tilt for a shouted plea. In the art of law-giving, this image proved stronger than speeches. Ties and Decay appeared with scales because the device said their names in clear strokes a child could copy. When the city sponsored a festival to renew its promises after harvest, a herald carried a small bronze balance through the procession and then set it on the steps of the temple. People laid coins on one side and loaves on the other until the beam steadied. The act made an easy sermon. Give enough until the arm stops its tremor. Then go back to work. The stars themselves carry the old memory of the scorpion, even while the sign announces a new idea. Subanaganubi, and Subanshamali still mean the southern claw, and the northern claw in the language that brought those names forward. The night keeps both histories at once without confusion. That is how cultures often grow. A people inherits a figure as part of a larger beast. Another people redraws the lines and keeps the old names at the corners as labels for a past that remains real. The Greeks placed the scales between the maiden who withdrew and the scorpion that brings down the proud hunter. The sequence speaks quietly. First keep the measure, then remember the sting that waits for arrogance. Anyone who traced the Zodiac across the sky with a staff could feel those chapters turn. When the sun stepped into Libra cities, marked the date with actions that were small and useful. Whites were tested against standards in public. Official measures were rinsed and blessed with a pinch of salt. Debts were counted and rolled forward where mercy allowed. Courts cleared old cases before winter closed the roads. Scribes sharpened their reeds and began new ledgers. The scales looked on while people chose balance rather than heat practice, rather than noise. The choice does not produce songs. It produces a year that holds together. And when the night lengthened and the bull of winter stirred on distant hills, the image remained above the roofs, two quiet pans holding still in the wind, an instrument promoted to the sky, so that no one could say they had forgotten what fairness looks like. When Libra stands high at evening, the streets of a Mediterranean town take on a certain pace. The sweet press of grapes, slow presses are rinsed with bucket after bucket, and the first vats settle under linen covers, while a steward tallies skins and weights, with a stylus that squeaks on wax. In that pause, the scales seem to hang over every threshold. A shopkeeper reaches for his beam balance and sets the light brass pans so they do not touch the counter. A boy lays out the standard stones one by one each, with its stamped mark still visible from the magistrate's office. The first customer points to figs and barley. The arm dips and rises until the crossbar sits level. No one speaks. The beam becomes a small theater of trust. The act repeats from stall to stall and lane to lane. And above those lanes, two stars keep their slow watch, a reminder that fairness begins with simple motions performed in public. The constellation carries little ornament, a pair of bright points, a few lesser lights, causing the figure a spare geometry that suits the duty assigned to it. Mariners who knew every boast of Orion and every flashing jewel of the twins spoke of Libra as a quiet tool. When the northern star of the pair lifted clear of haze at dusk, pilots noted the angle of the yard and judged their window for coastwise runs before weather turned. When the southern light slid down the rail toward morning, they marked a shift in wind and made decisions that saved timber and men. The scales gave no directions across the open sea. They urged timing. Those who understood timing prospered. Those who ignored it learned about patience from broken spars and torn canvas. On carved stones and bronze coins, the balance passed into millions of hands. Aquitar stood on Roman denarii, with a set of scales and a horn of plenty, a message that law and provision walk together when a state is well governed. In forums across Italy and the provinces, a traveler could put his own small weight on a public ponder and test a merchant's measure without fear of insult. Greek cities kept their meta in colonnades and marked them with priestly names, so the responsibility was clear. A figure of Theus or Decay presided in relief above many of these benches, the two hands resting from her fingers with a calm that steadied tempers. The scene taught more effectively than speeches. Bring your measure into the light. Let the arm decide, and accept the result. Go home with your grain and your temper intact. Astronomers who loved the world for its regularities and its surprises found in Libra a dependable marker for the season when the sun crossed the line of equal day and night in their age. They wrote down its position with pride, and then in later generations wrote down the difference with the same pride. Hipparchus compared the numbers old men had trusted to the numbers he saw with his own eyes and understood that the sky's frame slips a little over long years. Procession became a lesson carried in the same pages as star catalogues. The scale stood for the balance of the year in custom and poetry, yet observers learned to keep two truths together. The picture holds, the background moves. A patient mind can reconcile both without losing its footing. In the hands of artists, the sign gathered meanings that citizens could recognize at a glance. Unfreezes raises one tray and lowers the other until they match. On painted panels carried in processions. After harvest, a small bronze balance sits before the temple steps while the crowd piles bread on one pan and coins on the other until the beam steadies in air that smells of must and laurel. In privat houses, the emblem appears above doorways where accounts are kept. A father lifts a child to touch the carved beam, so the lesson enters the body before it enters the mind. The gesture becomes habit. The habit becomes a custom that survives bad years and ambitious men. The older memory of claws never vanished. Names preserved it. Zum Shamali and Zubanali Anubi traveled through tongues and scripts, keeping a hint of the scorpion's ring, even as the figure in the textbooks became a separate instrument. This double history made sense to people who knew that city walls are built from stones taken from older walls. A figure can be cut free and given a new office. The memory of its earlier work remains in the language, a faint echo that keeps the past within earshot. Storytellers in Portico Shade could point to the arc of autumn and recount both lineages in a single breath. First the creature that seizes, and then the device that weighs a progression as clear as the turning of a page. Courts favored the sign when they wanted tempers to cool, on days when disputes about dowries fields and water rights crowded the docket. An usher set a small balance on the magistrate's table before the first case. He raised the beam so it caught light and then stepped back. Litigants watched the empty pan settle, and for a moment recognized that the room had a center that did not belong to either party. Witnesses stood straighter. At night, scribes sharpened their reeds. The judge began. Hours later, the same beam still stood a silent participant in the day's work. Few remembered it on leaving, yet its presence had acted on the posture of bodies and the choice of words, which is often how order takes hold. When the vineyard's finished Libra remained as a marker for the labors that follow. Dates were counted and renegotiated. Weights and measures were rinsed and sealed for winter. Inventories of oil and grain were copied into new tablets with a fresh hand. Guilds audited their chests in the presence of the device that defined their trade. The master and the youngest apprentice, each placing a stone, the beam returning to center under four eyes. Rituals of this sort anchor a city's memory. They translate the image in the sky into actions that knit households to institutions and institutions to seasons. The scales overhead validated the scales on the table. The two sets answered each other like a call, and replies sung across a courtyard. Philosophers found a language in Libra that did not depend on metaphors stretched past their strength. A beam held true when the fulcrum sat square and the arms matched. A polity held true when its laws were legible and its judgments predictable. The best treatises hid in that simple relation. Teachers could stand with a pair of wooden pans before a group of students and let the device explain limits and proportion while a single lamp threw the shadow of the beam on the wall. The lesson entered the hands first. Minds followed. As autumn slipped toward early winter, the constellation crossed the meridian of dusk and began its descent toward the western line. Roof tiles cooled. Smoke from presses thinned. The long shouting of summer quieted into conversations carried at a walking pace. The scales did not cease their work when they sank. Their season's habits continued in ledgers and storehouses, and in the measured steps of men who had learned to keep the beam level when tired. Temple calendars fixed great days to its ascent. The sun reached its lowest noon in these stars for generations of Greek and Roman time, turning so steady that geographers named a whole band of Earth after the creature. The Tropic of Capricorn runs across maps like a stitched scar, a reminder that the solstice once stood there, and that men keep a name, even when the heavens shift by slow degrees. The goat that enters the river kept watch over this pause in light and over the work that winter demands. Count the jars again, seal the lids, mend the net. Betyder det dein moment write the tally with a careful hand before the new year empties it with fresh need. Sorry circles to a day when the order of heaven failed. Typhon rose from the earth like a mountain torn loose and given legs. The monster carried a forest of snakes for hair, and a voice that broke stone. When he climbed the skyline, gods, who had ruled by effortless gestures, felt their hands go light. Olympus emptied in a rush to save their lives and scatter their tracks. The immortals changed their forms as they ran. A swan beat its wings over reeds. An ibis lifted its long bill from the mud. Oh, kicked down the riverbank. Pan, whose hooves had wrung laughter. From the hills of Arcadia reached the water's edge with the pressure of the monster's breath in his back. He plunged forward, and in the plunge, his body learned a new shape that answered the need of the hour. From the waist up he kept his goat strength, the horned head, the shag of the neck, the chest built for a shout. From the waist down, he learned a river's craft. A tail scaled, and quick a swimmer's engine, a line through the current that left no wake. In that single movement, he became the creature the sky would remember forever. A goat sewn to a fish, a guardian fit for banks and eddies where danger hunts. While the gods hid, Zeus fought and lost ground. Typhon struck him down on a ridge and tore the sinus from his hands and legs. A violence that made the king of the sky as weak as a child dropped from a cart. The monster hid those tendons in a cave on Cilician shores, and set a guard with a head full of serpents. The story in this part turns on a small figure who refuses to be counted out of the main work. Agipan Goatpan moved through reeds and over shores with a thief's quiet, and found a cavern by the smell of salt and snakes. Hermes, who knew every trick and every door that opens when a password is spoken softly enough, joined him. Between them they brought the guarded packet out into daylight, quick as a kingfisher's strike. Zeus fitted the sinus back into wrist and heel and rose with a voice that sent Typhon into a long flight toward Etna. Lightning finished what cunning began. In the peace that followed, Zeus set the goatfish among the stars to honor courage. No banquet song was meant to catch a rescue made by water sense and by a body that had learned without complaint to wear two elements at once. Older memories cling to the same outline. The figure on Babylonian tablets is Suhur Mashu, the goatfish pressed into clay in the age. When scribes wrote the years a braid of seasons and the sky as a round tablet with wedges for signs, traders carried that beast west with their weights and their god names, and the Greeks gave the old image fresh work. In a crisis they could recite at the hearth. The Romans then let the sea-goat keep his place at the hinge of winter, and peopled the month with rites to Saturn, god of sowing, and stored grain green boughs in the forum, and open hands at the tables of the poor. In houses hung with ivy, children learn to point out the low wedge of Capricorn, and say the word that binds story to season. Turning men of figures recorded the solstice against the same group even after Hipparchus proved that the equinoxes and solstices creep along the ecliptic through the centuries. Names held because names carry habits. Habits held because they keep granaries from lying and ships from leaving in a foolish wind. The sea-goat stars have a spare grammar that trained eyes enjoy. At the tail shines Dengi, the tail of the goat, a steady white that marks the hind edge where the imagined body sinks into dark. Near the head stands Algae, double to the naked eye on very clear nights. 2 points grazing close like a pair of horns set side by side. Along the upper line glows Dabby the butcher, a name that wanders through tongues and suits a season when households cull herds for winter meat. Nashira hangs on the back with a quiet light. Later lists call it the bringer of good news, a sound borrowed from trader speech that pleases listeners even when scholars shake their heads at the exact path of the word. The figure is faint. It rewards patience. Children learn it by first finding the bright water bird to the west and the square with wings above, then slipping down to the goat whose hindquarters are already in the river. Once seen, it becomes a companion of long nights, a modest sign that does the work of marking hours without demanding a crowd. Another thread binds the goat to a story of care given in secret. When Zeus was a hidden infant on Crete, a goat called Amalthea fed him with her milk, while the Curetes beat their shields to drown his cries. One day he grabbed at her horn in play and snapped it. The gods set a charm on the broken thing, and made it the cornucopia, a horn that pours grain, apples, and wine without end. Greek images place that horn in many hands, tiki in cities, dieta in fields. Yet the memory of the goat remains in the shape of the constellation that rules the stores at year's end. The line from the cave on Ida to the wedge of winter sky is short. Once you see it, care breeds abundance. Abundance needs guarding. A creature that can graze a cliff in summer and swim a flood in autumn is a fitting emblem for that duty. Capricorn's place along the sun's road gave it a governance beyond a single tale. When the sun entered, the goat households took stock and crowned a few days with license and gifts during Saturn's feast. Then the playing work resumed. Oils were counted, ledgers closed and opened. Nets were laid out of the wind to dry their knots stiff with salt. Shepherds checked low stone walls for gaps before lambing. In harbor, skippers looked south where the sea goat kept his steady station, and measured 2 things at once: the time of year and the mind they would need to cross it. The sign speaks in a tone people trust when years run lean, and Dura prepare change shape when the river leaves its banks, hold to the rock when it falls again within its bed. So the Greeks let the sea goat keep the low corner of the sky where water meets earth, and where the year decides to turn. The figure carries no spear. It carries a lesson about survival that travels well from clay ledger to temple frieze to a pilot's night watch. A goat that learned to swim brought Cenas back to the hand that throws thunder. The image preserves that fact without embroidery. On rooftops stamped with frost or in courtyards washed after a storm, ice fend the spare triangle and the faint tail star. And remember how rescue can come from a quick mind and a body willing to learn a second element when the first one fails. Capricorn rules the hours when breath shows in doorways and the first frost bites the edge of a system. The sign rises in a clean sky that makes small sounds travel. A cart axle speaks all the way down a lane. The dog shakes once and the color rings like metal. This is the portion of the year that people mark with instruments as well as with stories. A priest stands beside a gnome at noon. The shadow stretches to its longest point on the paving. Chalk fixes the reach with a straight line. Tomorrow the mark will be shorter by a finger. The turn has begun. Calendars kept in temple rooms take a fresh column. Account boards in houses take a new tally. Men check jars in cool rooms and count again. Oil, grain, salted meat, wine left to carry a month. The sun sits low at noon. The day releases light carefully. The night gathers it again with open hands. The sky helps the hand and measures. Near the goat, there's a small cluster that looks like breath on glass. In very dark air, it is easy to mistake for a blurred star. It is a ball of ancient suns bound like bees on a branch. Later books call it Messiah 30. Shepherds learn it by feel before they know its catalog name. When the night is sharp and dry, the cluster shows a bright core. When haze lies low, it dissolves. The difference tells a watcher more about weather than any boast. Many of the goat's points please the eye of a reader who loves doubles. The foremost horn is 2 stars set in a wide pair. The butcher star near the back has companions as well. The tail light is steady on most nights and then, without warning, fades by a small step. When a dark body moves across it, a quiet eclipse that repeats through a cycle most men will never count. These are details for those who sit long with the cold. They are also a grammar that steadies a mind in months. When fields lie bare and work uses patience more than strength. City life folds the same steadiness into custom. But the Romans kept a week of festal ease as the sun reached its low place. Saturnalia doors open. Masters exchange seats with servants. Geese rattle in public. Cooks carry platters through streets, stacked with loaves and pork and green. Children shout a single greeting at strangers and are answered with a gift. The old cry carries through courtyards and markets. Io Satinalia, Punta Tenalia, Lauren hangs over lentils with colored wool. Lamps burn longer than wisdom approves. And still the stores do not empty, because thought has been put into storage for months. When the week ends, the city cleans altars and sweeps floors. Whites come back out of cupboards. The scales go on counters. Measures are tested near the forum bench. The year does not repair itself by magic. It repairs because habits survived pleasure. Capricorn holds the corner while this happens. The goat has taken the river. The tail keeps the current. The 4 quarters hold the bank. Power borrows its signs from the sky. Augustus shows the goat for a badge on coins and standards. His astrologers looked at charts and found the creature rising at an important hour in his making. The emblem went abroad in silver and bronze. A small sea goat swam over the heads of soldiers and through markets where hands changed money for grain and oil. The message was simple. A ruler who knows when years turn. A ruler who can cross 2 elements. A ruler who watches stores and keeps the river from taking the field. The image reached where speeches could not go. It taught in pockets and on the palms of the poor. Centuries pass and the coins outlast the men who spent them. The goat still looks up from a grave of dirt in excavations and says the same sentence in a voice of metal. The star figure stands low and faint. Sailors value such modest signs because they signal time more than direction. When the goat clears the line of the sea in the first hour of evening, wise skippers shorten their plan. Long open crossings sleep until spring. Crews throw extra lashings over cargo and check orthongs twice before dark. The Asian winds have given up the field. Now come blows from quarter. In calm days that trap a hull among swells, pilots learn routes that creep along shore and add harbors to the map of a week. In that craft, the sea goat becomes the friendship's keep for years. A small wedge over the rail, a message that says wait or move in short steps. A lamp at the edge of caution. Houses inland read the same message in other work. Shepherds bring use to sheltered folds and mend low walls where a fox could press. Ventnous drain drags from the last jars and leave them inverted until the smell of sour is gone. Potters lay their wheels flat and clean the rims with a strip of wet cloth. Scribes close ledgers for the year and begin new ones with careful strokes. It is in these rooms that the old story about broken horns and giving hands holds its place. Amateur raised a hidden child. But the horn she lost became a horn that pours. People keep that shape near cupboards as a promise that thought and care will bring another year to the table. The goat in the sky and the horn on the shelf speak the same language from different heights. Capricorn stands between the water bearer and the fishes. Winter moves under these three signs like a river through cut stone. The goat enters the stream first because he knows the bank and knows the current. The one who follows carries water across land and sky without spilling. The last swims below the surface with a cord that keeps two lives together. The order matters. First the turn, then the carrying, then the crossing. Greek eyes learned those chapters as children learned the turns of a well-worn path near home. The sky was an atlas and a manual. It was also a memory palace. Ants that had pressed the solstice shadow into chalk returned to the same roof at dawn weeks later and saw the next figure rising with a jar at his knee. Philosophers had no trouble finding a lesson under the sea goat. They preferred clean rules tested against ordinary life. The figure offered several. Change shape when you must in order to preserve what matters. Rescue can be quiet and still earn the place of honor. Storage is a virtue when it keeps hunger away from the house. Strength survives winter when it accepts limits. In porticos lined with cold columns, teachers set out such points on tablets and then let their students breathe steam and think. The sky above them gave consent. No thunder, no omen, only a modest wedge of stars lifting, and a night that asked for fewer words and more endurance. When the days begin to open by minutes, you can feel the sign season loosening its grip. Frost holds only in shadow. Air moves through streets again. Worms are sutured, then straight to den. Dogs sleep in the sun against walls that face east. The goat slides toward the west in the early part of night, and steadies the thought that drove the month. The turning has held. The stores have lasted. The river is still in its banks. The next shape waits with a vessel ready. The year is a craft learned in sections. Capricorn keeps one of the hard sections and dignifies it. A small set of stars does that work in a sky crowded with brighter figures. It is enough. Aquarius begins on a slope of Mount Ida, where the grass stays soft even in late summer, and a boy watches sheep with the patience of someone who hears more than he says. The boy is Ganymede, son of Tro, the founder of Troy, a child whose beauty moves through the countryside like a rumor that does not fade with distance. He walks barefoot along the ridge and carries a staff cut that morning from a young ash. Dogs lope at his heels and stop when he stops, as if they understand that their master can read the wind by listening to the flight of a bee. The sky is a blue that seems to promise mercy. He looks up with the unguarded gaze of someone who has not yet learned that the gods prefer surprise. Zeus sees him from a height that makes kingdoms look like coins. Desire does what it always does in these stories. It rewrites the rules in a stroke. and expects the world to keep up. The king of the sky chooses a shape that will not alarm a shepherd until it is too late. He becomes an eagle that can dive without a sound. The hawks over Ida know this bird and give way when its shadow cuts the slope. The air smells of thyme and sheep. Ganymede squints into the sun, because the light seems to fold and then darken as if a cloud had arrived without warning. Wings gather the boy from the ground with a grip under the arms that lifts and does not let go. Staff and sandals fall into the grass. Dogs rear and bark and then grow small as the world pulls away beneath him. The flight is a lone thought spoken slowly. The boy does not cry out. He stares at the feathers as if the mind can understand pain by counting the small things that carry it. Fields turn into a patchwork. Rivers turn into threads. The sea lifts like a metal plate held at a tilt. Ganymede feels what every mortal feels when the distance between earth and sky changes with a speed that makes the stomach argue with the head. Fear and awe take turns in the space behind his ribs. He has time to notice the strength in the bird's neck and the steady beat of the wing. He has time to understand that he has left the world he knows with no road back. Olympus meets him without gates or guards. The mountain is a place where weather waits to be told what to do. Columns shine as if washed in rain. Marble floors drink sunlight and give it back as a gentle glow underfoot. The gods look up from their cups when the eagle enters a hole that smells of resin and crushed mint. The bird sets the boy on his feet, and the boy sways once and stands. Zeus stands before him with eyes that carry the same threat and promise as a storm that has chosen a valley. Hermes appears the way he always appears when the air changes and matters require a messenger, who knows which words to keep and which to say. Hera looks from her seat with a stillness that says she understands what has been taken, and does not approve of the manner of the taking. Ganymede learns what it means to serve immortals. He is given a basin of water that smells of laurel. He washes the hands of gods who do not age. He carries a jug of nectar that shines like the inside of a shell. He pours with emotion so calm that even Aries lowers his voice when the boy passes. He replaces her in some tellings or serves beside her in others, a detail that changes with the singer, yet never alters the sight that mattered to the ancients. A mortal child moving among divine chairs, with a vessel that never empties, and a face that never shows fear. The cup he lifts is the same cup that will become a stream of light in the sky. The posture he learns in the hall is the posture the constellation holds forever. The world below asks for an answer. A king in Dardania counts the days and does not see his son return with the flock. Tro stands at the edge of a field at sundown and watches the dogs arrive alone. The cry that leaves his mouth is the cry every parent knows in the moment before facts arrive. Zeus does not leave the wound open. He sends Hermes with gifts to soften the blow. Horses that can run over sea foam without sinking. A golden vine that coils like a living thing and bears fruit in season. Visions differ on the exact token, which is how memory works. When pain is old, the point survives. The father receives proof that his loss has been honored by a power he cannot refuse. He bows his head and keeps his place among men who have learned that grief does not end when it is paid for. It learns to sit at the table without speaking. Time turns the boy into a sign. The Greeks do not forget the manner of the ascent. They do not forget that rain rules the life of fields. They let the two truths meet. Aquarius becomes a youth who pours water from a jar into a river that already knows where it is going. When the sun walks this section of the ecliptic in winter months, wet storms cross the islands and the mainland breathes again. Sailors mark the season when the jars in the sky seem to spill and call it useful. Farmers watch channels fill and take the pulse of the year in the sound of water moving through dry stone. In some places, tellers braid this figure with older memory of floods, Deucalon and Pyrrha, on a raft after a world made new. The pairing is natural, a figure who pours a world that needs pouring. Painters give the youth a profile that could belong to any shepherd from Ida, and set a plain jar in his hands. Mosaics lay him out along the wall of a bath, where steam collects and drips a mirror of the work above. Cutters carve him on stones no wider than a thumb, and make the falling water a line that catches light when the seal meets wax. On Roman coins, the water-bearer appears beside a river god with reeds in his hair. A conversation between sky and ground carried on in metal. In every medium, one thing holds. The jar empties in a clean stream that never runs dry. The figure pours as if the arm cannot tire. The stars that carry his shape keep a quiet brightness that suits the story. The luck of king sits near his brow in a name that wandered west from older speech. Zadul Malik, the lucky one of the king. A wider fortune rests in another light at the shoulder called Sadal Sad, the luckiest of the lucky. A sound that pleases sailors who find it high on windless nights. Lower along the stream lies Sadak Bia, the lucky star of Tensane. That speaks of shelter raised against sudden weather. A quick shower of meteors arrives from the same region each year in late summer, when most men are too hot to sleep, and so see the brief line sketch the dark without warning. At Aquarius gives that shower its mark in later books. The ancients only said that the night was busy, and that wishes came easily to the mouth in hours like those. Hera's anger never leaves the story. She watches the boy pour for her husband, and holds the cup in her hand with the steadiness of a queen who knows that dignity can be a weapon. The poets let her words fall in short lines that carry more ice than heat. The tale turns in small ways over centuries. Sometimes the marriage bed of Zeus suffers another wound. Sometimes the queen grows in wisdom and allows the boy to stand, if not in favor, then within the circle of the possible. The constellation does not judge. It remembers. It preserves an image that has power even when the details shift. A youth who rose from a hillside and brought rain to a dry world by lifting a single vessel again and again without spilling. When the figure stands high at night above winter courtyards, you can hear the sound of water from cisterns and gutters, and the trickle-down channels cut through stone in the age before your grandfather's grandfather. Women set bowls along walls to catch drips that will cool the house by day. Men pull cloaks tighter and speak of hills greening in a week if the wind holds. The children of the city trace the line of the falling stream with a finger, and try to guess where the river below and the river above meet. The answer is easy for them. Everywhere the cup never empties. The arm never tires. The sky keeps faith with the work that life asks for in this part of the year. Aquarius holds a long tract of sky, and the old teachers nicknamed the sea. Fishes swim there. A river runs there. A whale lifts its back there. The water-bearer stands among these neighbors and tips his vessel. So a ribbon of faint stars runs away from his hands. The stream descends toward the southern fish, where a single white fire waits like an open mouth. Full heart shines there, with the authority of a first magnitude lamp, and gathers the falling water as if the heavens had arranged a meeting between a cup and a thirst. Children learn the trick once and keep it for life. Find the jar, follow the zigzag that spills from it. Let your finger drift until it touches the solitary bright star that sailors use to steady their course over warm seas. A picture becomes a path, and the path teaches the sky. The jar itself forms a small pattern inside the larger figure. 4 stars mark its rim and throat in a shape that looks like a fork held upright. Gamma, Zeta, and Pequary set the points. Ancient lists give one of them a name that leaves no doubt about its duty. Haidor Wata, Kupsudansi, Kayum Putana, Isa Dinate. From that little cup, the flow begins. A chain of dim lights that takes patience. The bearer's leg holds a clearer marker. Delta Aquari gleams, with a name that sounds like bone and gate. Scat, like a star you can count on when haze erases the fainter stream, and you need to regain your place. Farther along the figure, the eye finds other steady lamps that watch over the shoulder and back. Each has carried the luck names that came west with traders from an older world. Those names are household charms, whispered aloud as families move across flat roofs to sleep in cool air, while winter rain knocks on channels below. This sign reached Greece already old, on tablets pressed beside the lower courses of the Euphrates. A great figure stands with a jar and pours water that becomes the rivers of a country. The scribes called him the Great One. In their speech, he stood with ear Lord of Wisdom and the Deep. The water was not an ornament. It was law. It arrived in season and made cities possible. The image traveled with weights and wine and tall stories. It meant new mountains in a different sea. The jar remained a jar. The stream remained a stream. Greek mouths changed the divine name and gave the bearer a history that suited a shepherd kingdom and a high court on Olympus. The older memory still shows through like a sketch under paint. A man holds a vessel, and the world receives what it needs. Mediterranean weather gave the figure a second authority. When the sun passed, these stars' rains crossed islands and peninsulas from the west, heavy storms in some years and gentle soaking in others. Farmers open sleeves cut in dry stone and watch channels wake with a sound the heart never forgets. Sissons filled. Einen Savannah, Pipsimdicopoa Eseja Estea. In herbs fulfilled, caves breathed damp air. Olive roots drank until trunks held a coolness that would last through spring. The season had signs on the ground to match the signs above. Broad gutters along roofs began speaking at once in the dark. Steps grew slick. Markets closed a little earlier because wood smokes poorly in blowing rain. Priests climbed their shrines and poured water in thin lines across altar corners to seal the New Year's luck. The sky poured. The hand poured. The gesture linked temple field and chart. Astronomers who lived for details recorded Aquarius with affection because it demanded effort. No blaze draws you in. The figure rewards the trained eye. They wrote that the constellation belongs to the larger set, first written down by Tommy, with a pride that scholars still feel when lists survive wars and bad kings. They mapped the crooked thread of the stream. They set down the jar stars in the right order so a boy on a roof could fit the pattern without argument. They noticed that a distant cluster sits inside the lines like a puff of breath on a window. On fine nights it is a grainy pearl. On dull nights it disappears. They learned to expect swift visitors from this quarter in the heat of late July long. Before midnight, faint streaks begin to arrive from the tract near the water-bearer's leg and jar. The southern delta Aquarids send those lines. Old men who never learned the parent comet still taught children to watch from dark beaches, where the sea makes its own steady music. Artists placed the youth with his vessel in rooms that always needed water. Bathhouses set him in mosaic, where steam collects. He strides along a wall with a jar that never empties, while attendants carry real awry past his tile-feet houses. Hung with winter greens, set him over basins and courtyards. The painted stream looks as if it could fall into the real pool that catches rain from the roof. On coins, he stands beside river gods with reeds in their hair, a conversation between sky and ground carried on in metal. In every medium, one thing holds. The jar empties in a clean stream that never runs dry. The figure pours as if the arm cannot tire. The stars that tarry his shape keep a quiet brightness that suits the story. The luck of kings sits near his brow in a name that wandered west from older speech. Saddle may lick the lucky one of the king. But a wider fortune rests in another light at the shoulder called Sadal Sad, the luckiest of the lucky, a sound that pleases sailors who find it high on windless nights. Lower along the stream lies Sadak Pia, the lucky star of tents, a name that speaks of shelter raised against sudden weather. A quick shower of meteors arrives from the same region each year in late summer, when most men are too hot to sleep and so see the brief line sketch the dark without warning. At Aquarius gives that shower its mark in later books. The ancients only said that the night was busy, and that wishes came easily to the mouth in hours like those. Hera's anger never leaves the story. She watches the boy pour for her husband and holds the cup in her hand with the steadiness of a queen. Who knows that dignity can be a weapon? The poets let her words fall in short lines that carry more ice than heat. The tale turns in small ways over centuries. Sometimes the marriage bed of Zeus suffers another wound. Sometimes the queen grows in wisdom and allows the boy to stand, if not in favor, then within the circle of the possible. The constellation does not judge. It remembers. It preserves an image that has power even when the details shift. A youth who rose from a hillside and brought rain to a dry world by lifting a single vessel again and again without spilling. When the figure stands high at night above winter courtyards, you can hear the sound of water from cisterns and gutters, and the trickle-down channels cut through stone in the age before your grandfather's grandfather. Women set bows along walls to catch drips that will cool the house by day. Men pull cloaks tighter and speak of hills greening in a week if the wind holds. The children of the city trace the line of the falling stream with a finger and try to guess where the river below and the river above meet. The answer is easy for them. Everywhere the cup never empties, the arm never tires. The sky keeps faith with the work that life asks for in this part of the year. Aquarius holds a long tract of sky, and the old teachers nicknamed the sea. Fishes swim there. A river runs there. A whale lifts its back there. The water-bearer stands among these neighbors and tips his vessel, so a ribbon of faint stars runs away from his hand. The stream descends toward the southern fish, where a single white fire waits like an open mouth. Full shines there with the authority of a first magnitude lamp, and gathers the falling water, as if the heavens had arranged a meeting between a cup and a thirst. Children learn the trick once and keep it for life. Find the jar, follow the zigzag that spills from it. Let your finger drift until it touches the solitary bright star that sailors used to steady their course over warm seas. A picture becomes a path, and the path teaches the sky. The jar itself forms a small pattern inside the larger figure. 4 stars mark its rim and throat in a shape that looks like a fork held upright. Gamma, Zeta, and Picori set the points. Ancient lists give one of them a name that leaves no doubt about its duty. Hydor water. From that little cup the flow begins, a chain of dim lights that takes patience. The bearer's leg holds a clearer marker. Delta Aquari gleams with a name that sounds like bone and gate. Scat like a star you can count on. When Hazer rises the fainter string, and you need to regain your place. Farther along the figure, the eye finds other steady lamps that watch over the shoulder and back. Each has carried the luck names that came west with traders from an older world. Those names are household charms, whispered aloud, as families move across flat roofs to sleep in cool air, while winter rain knocks on channels below. This sign reached Greece already old. On tablets pressed beside the lower courses of the Euphrates, a great figure stands with a jar and pours water that becomes the rivers of a country. The scribes called him the Great One. In their speech he stood with ear, Lord of Wisdom, and the deep. The water was not an ornament, it was law. It arrived in season and made cities possible. The image traveled with weights and wine and tall stories. It met new mountains in a different sea. The jar remained a jar. The stream remained a stream. Greek mouths changed the divine name and gave the bearer a history that suited a shepherd kingdom and a high court on Olympus. The older memory still shows through like a sketch under paint. A man holds a vessel, and the world receives what it needs. Mediterranean weather gave the figure a second authority. When the sun passed, these stars' rains crossed islands and peninsulas from the west, heavy storms in some years and gentle soaking in others. Farmers opened sleeves, cut in dry stone, and watched channels wake with a sound. The heart never forgets. Distance filled. Calves breathed damp air. Olive roots drank until trunks held a coolness that would last through spring. The season had signs on the ground to match the signs above. Broad gutters along roofs began speaking at once in the dark. Steps grew slick. Markets closed a little earlier because wood smokes poorly and blowing. The bearers of cargo knew the weeks when the west would send long bands of cloud, and the sea knocked into short, steep waves that break oars and patience. They watched the jar lift over the eastern line, after dusk, and counted nights, until the first strong gale of the season. They shifted voyages from open water to coasting runs. They tightened lashings and accepted the smaller profits that come with prudence. A helmsman who had lost friends did not need omens to tell him what weather does in these months. He wanted a picture that answered the ache in his stomach with a rule he could follow. The jar pouring into the fish gave him that rule whenever the watch called out the figure's rise. The myth tied to the figure never hardened into a single lesson, which is why it kept authority. It told of a boy taken up and given a vessel that never runs dry. It told of rain that arrives when the land goes quiet under bare vines. It told of a father who receives gifts he had not asked for, and learns to live with a new kind of memory. The sky held all of that without anxiety. In one version, the stream that falls from the jar saves a parched field. In another, it becomes the very flood a city fears when river walls fail. Human beings recognized both faces and adjusted conduct. A mason set his course by it when he widened a channel before the storm season. A magistrate set policy by it when he ordered grain moved inland from a low warehouse before the first strong tides of winter. The water bearer does not speak in riddles. He pours. The world learns to receive and to plan. When Aquarius climbs to the meridian on a clear night in the heart of winter, the towns below offer small signs that the figure has done its work. Laundry hung at midday dries by lamplight because the air holds chill and damp. Hearths burn lower, so smoke will not hang heavy under roof beams. In the dark, a child counts the bright stars at the rim of the jar and traces the crooked stream as far as little eyes can see. The mother finishes a cup and listens to water move in a runnel behind the house. The father checks a roof pot along the parapet and tips it so the basin will not overflow. Above them, the youth continues his motion with the patience. that only the sky can manage. One steady arm, one shining cup a duty, that keeps its shape through storms and years. Pisces opens on a shoreline that feels older than maps. The air carries reed smell and cold stone. A wide river slides past with a hush that swallows bootsteps and leaves only the beat of a heart for company. Typhon has come up from the earth and the world has learned its size. Hills shake, temples shed powder, forests bow without wind. The gods take to flight in shapes that will confuse a hunter who tracks by scent and sound. Aphrodite reaches the bank with a child on her hip. Oh, and a look that weighs choices in a breath. Eros clings with one arm around her neck, and the other pressed to the quiver that seems far too large for a body that light. Behind them, the ground breathes as if a lung lies under it. Ahead, a river offers escape and a risk that matches the danger on land. She kneels at the lip of the water and pulls a length of cord from her girdle. It is simple stuff, twisted fibers that a fisherman would call good enough. She ties one end around the child's wrist and the other around her own. The knot is plain and strong. It carries the thought that matters most when the world goes into fast motion. We will not lose each other. She draws a breath and steps forward. The river closes over her calves and hips and shoulders. A change moves through her body with the plain authority of a survival act. Flesh learns water. Lakes soften into a line that can flex. Anklets turn to a tail that answers current. Arms keep their reach for the child. His small feet flash once, and then fold into a swimmer's fin. The cord tightens. They go under and the river takes them the way a road takes a rider who knows the turnings. Some versions say 2 local fish rise at once and shoulder the pair through the first pull of the current. The creatures have no fear of monsters in air. They know their own element and work without speech. They carry goddess and boy in the seam where surface chatter gives way to deep flow, and then angle toward a bend where the bank leans low. The first gulp of air, after a long hold, tastes of clay and willow bark. Eros coughs. Aphrodite gathers him against her shoulder and feels the cord tug with the pressure of the water still running off their bodies. When she looks back at the channel, she sees tails cutting upstream, a last flash of help before the fish vanish into gloom. Gratitude does not require a word. She fixes the image of the rescue with the intensity of someone who pays debts, then runs on with the child held close and a line still binding them. When the roads are safe again, and the noise of Typhon lives only where the earth remembers. Injuries the sky receives a gift to keep from that night. 2 fishes a ribbon between them that crosses space in a quiet art. There is no throne here. There is no weapon. Mastune. There is the shape of a promise kept with cord and breath. The western fish rests near the great square of Pegasus in a small ring that old watchers call the surlet, a chain of modest lights that forms a neat loop over gray water on autumn evenings. The eastern fish lifts its head toward Andromeda, and a thin triangle that marks the place, where 3 bright points make neat geometry out of a corner of the sky. Between them runs the band that binds. At its center, a single star keeps the memory of the knot. Alia, the rope of the fishes, a name from caravan mouths that carried star law from river cities to harbors, and wrote it down with care once it reached bookish rooms. The constellation wears its faintness like a decision. It yields no roar to the eye. It asks patience. It offers pathways to anyone who will stand with a chart and learn the ground. Chart at the corner of Pegasus where Aljane beholds the east of the great square. Drop toward the surlet, and until your eyes catch the little ring that fishermen fathers teach to their children from flat roofs. Walk the ribbon eastward until the North Star steadies the hand. Lift along the line to the second fish that leans toward the chain of Andromeda. A sailor who can do this without lantern light can find a harbor mouth in fog that only the sea understands. A farmer who can do it from a field path can tell a daughter how to read the sky. When spring is talking in the ditch and the frogs return to their small drums, ancient memory threads other names through these stars. Babylonian scribes pressed images of two fishes tied by a cord into wet clay and wrote that the figure belonged to a goddess of heaven and to a power that governs deep water. The great swallow flew in the same region in those first atlases of the night. Traders sailed west with tablets and weights and stories complete with river smell. Greek mouths recited new episodes because they had hills instead of endless flats and a storm god with a different temper. The outline did not change. Tellus kept the cord and the pair. They kept the sense that escape can be a sacred act and that gratitude earns a place in the sky. Later Romans followed the ecliptic through the same tract and stamped the fishes into mosaics that still shine under museum lamps when rain sits on city glass. Pisces held a point that mattered even to men who preferred numbers to psalms. The vernal equinox, the place where the sun's path crosses the celestial equator on its way north, slid by slow degrees into this constellation in the age, when Shawless kept comparing old measurements to new ones and writing surprise notes in margins. The first point of Aries remained a name on paper long after. The thing itself had drifted westward across the line into the fishes. The sky forgives such stubbornness. Sailors and priests and Telendarman quietly adjusted their practice. The equinox rose under the fishes. Spring began when the sun reached this invisible crossing. And now the legends at are passing. Children still learn to find the North Star in winter, and to watch the way dawn moved along rooftops, until that day came. A constellation earned a season by the simple fact of where the sun walked against it. Star keepers gave Pisces details that reward long nights. Beta Pium sits at the mouth of a fish with a name that says so outright. Fumazamaka, mouth of the fish. At Piscium holds a title that wandered across centuries like a coin passed from palm to palm. Alf to some tellers, Kulat Nunu to others. A word that remembers buckets and cords and the tools of drawing water. Between these points and many fainter ones lies a galaxy that a careful eye can tease out under mountain air. Messia, 74 Terta, Tertudskopton, a pale spiral that answers a small telescope with a sway of starlight so soft it makes the brain go quiet. The fact does not alter the story. The story becomes larger because the sight is true. The fishes carry a river of worlds behind them, and still keep the knot in view. The season of these stars lives in the last stretch of winter. Streets shine after rain. Roof edges drip all afternoon. Nets hang from courtyard lines and dry in thin Sunday. Fishermen sit with awls and wax thread, and close a tear while the children watch, and do not speak for once. On an open beach, men slide hull-down logs while the tide thinks its way inward. They pause to look up and find the surlet, then the knot, then the eastern fish, and they nod as if someone had just confirmed the time. In markets, the fish stalls carry sardines with silver flanks, and small eels, something like ropes that forgot their stiffness. Women buy salt buoys, carry baskets. The light lasts one finger longer than it did last week. A city feels the world lean toward warmth while the fishes look down with their ribbon stretched tight from mouth to mouth. Poets told the story cleanly. because the image asks for no polish. A woman and a child faced a monster and chose the river together. They made sure they would not lose each other in fast water. Help came from the element they trusted. The help left no name and asked for no shrine. The gift to the sky was the picture of that act, so that no one could claim to have forgotten it. Later, centuries add layers to any tale. This one resists even as it accepts offerings. A temple in Ascalon held a goddess with a fish body and a woman's face. Fishermen in Syria spoke a rule about leaving one kind of fish in peace. Greek husbands set tiny bronze fishes on household altars when a child was born and thanked the river for opening the year. The core remains. Two bodies move through danger with a cord between them and emerge with breath to spare. The heavens hold them in that posture. The knot bears a name. The ribbon carries light. The river runs through the months towards spring. Pisces holds the last reach of the Zodiacal river before the year swings into new light. A dim tracery that calls for patience from the eye and rewards it with a map older than most cities. The ecliptic runs through these waters between Aquarius and Aries, and the planets pass here in slow procession during the weeks when roofs still glisten after rain and fields pull in the first warmth. Watchers in port towns learn the figure by landmarks that never fail. It wins it a Durban, at the answer, it wouldn't stick to die. The landmarks that never fail. The western fish keeps its small loop of lights the surlet above grey horizons on autumn evenings, and again at dawn in late winter. The eastern fish lifts toward Andromeda's chain and leans on the sky's geometry near the great square of Pegasus. Between them, the binding runs, an angled thread that joins the pair and carries a single named witness at the knot. Arusha holds that place with steady pale fire, the rope of the fishes in the speech of men. Who carried charts along caravan roads and sea lanes? From the knot, a practiced finger can trace the sun's invisible crossing in March, the point where day and night take equal shares. Greek astronomers discovered that this gate slips through the constellations by slow degrees across long centuries. In their own age, the vernal passage sat among the fishes, so calendars and writers took their cue from this tract of sky, and the name of the old first point of Aries lived on paper, while the event itself had drifted into Pisces. Hippocus set the rule with observations that matched and defied memory at once. The sky keeps its shapes. The frame moves. Hellenistic star lists place the main lamps, and then fill the figure with humbler lights that farmers and sailors come to trust more than bravura. Beta, at the mouth of a fish, carries a name that says so in clear words. Fumalsamaka, mouth of the fish. Atta holds titles that wandered across ages and outlived dynasties. Alerg in some ledgers, call it Nunu in others, a memory of buckets poise, and cords and the tools of drawing water. Between these points lies the faint smudge of a distant spiral that later catalogues number among their trophies. A breath of soft radiance that appears on high mountain nights when the air has the clarity of cold stone. Men without instruments learn different trophies here. They learned roots from all Russia. They walked their eyes along the ecliptic to the bright head of Aries at Hamal, and used that line to teach boys the path of the sun, the order of months, the reason fields stir when frogs begin their drumming in canals. Pilots who ran coasts in the dark pressed the same lesson into their bodies. Fence the knot, fancy a knot, hold the thread, lift to the next torch on seas that test nerve and memory. That is how you bring a hull to a river mouth at dawn with your crew still ready to row. The sign carried meanings that households could use. In late winter markets, the fish tables crowd, the lane with bright scales and quick hands, nets hung under eaves, and take the thin sun. Hoist thread new cord through cork floats while elders talk about tides and the luck of the week. Women carry salt in baskets and check jars for leaks. Priests mark the evening when the equal day approaches by rinsing altar corners with water poured in narrow lines. City fathers read out promissory notes that come due at spring planting. Then fold mercy into the sums when a river has run high and left silt in doorways. Across the same weeks, the planets step through Pisces as if they were travelers using a ferry. Jupiter, whom the schools gave lordship here, sometimes rules this reach with beneficent pace. Venus finds honor here as an exalted guest in the books of the astrologers, and brightens an evening so completely that even those who do not care for rules look up and speak her name. The sky and the hand work together during these passages. An omen for the cautious is simply a pattern made visible. Men nets before the shores arrive. Turns oil, while the water still sits in the furrows. Launch coasting runs under a moon that will give you a line to steer by until the river mouth opens. Art kept the pair and the cord, wherever people needed to be reminded that bonds carry bodies through fast water. Pompeian floors show two fish with a band between them among grapes and dolphins and anchors, a domestic sea that glows when morning light enters Athenaeum. Lamps cast the same outline in warm clay over the mouths of oil, and send it into rooms where winter gatherings last longer than wisdom suggests. In late antique synagogues and churches, a full wheel of zodiac signs circles a central figure, and Pisces rests in its place with the ribbon drawn true. A meeting of older skycraft and newer faith that says more about seasons than about quarrels. Coins from busy harbors show a single fish arched over legends of safe voyages and fair measures. The kind of small metal sermon that passes from palm to palm faster than proclamations read aloud in a forum. The image enters habit and stays there. A mother teaching a child to tie a cord does not point to the sky, yet the knot bears a name that any star reader would recognize. Season closes its hand around the figure as winter leans toward release. The rains ease by inches. Hills show a first green that spreads like spilled dye. Carts begin to move inland with saltfish for towns that have waded through hard months. Plows bite in ground that smokes at sunrise. On still evenings, you can hear water run under street grates and count how often it pools and falls. Above that sound, the fishes hold their places. The western loop hangs over a horizon with a color like copper. The eastern head reaches toward the chain of Andromeda, where the great stories of rescue and return take their turns as spring deepens between the two bodies. The line stays drawn. Russia keeps the knot. That single point carries a lesson that farmers and pilots and magistrates have all used in years that demanded endurance. Tee the lives that must not be separated. Keep the thread visible. Move with the current when the bank gives way. Climb out together when the bend allows it. When the sun finally steps through the vernal gate and day outgrows night, the two fishes drift a little lower each evening and cede the ceiling to the ram who has waited beyond the line. The river still runs under the story. The cord still holds,